We have a stream. Ooh, that was a good advert. Right, is this working? Nope, no music there. Right, okay. Testing, testing, 1, 2, 3, 4. Test, test, test. Yeah. Right, what should we do this morning? Say hello. And yes, I am streaming early on purpose. I'm trying a new format out. So, my name's Fraser Sharp, and this is C Programming. Camera movement. But I also wanted to look at that algorithm for generating the dungeons. Okay. And I want to talk about movement. Yes. And we're not talking about bowels either. Well, yes we are. Because a lot of the examples that I've seen online or in my research get it wrong. Get it very wrong. And let's talk about why they get it wrong. So let's get myself a mouse sorted. There we go. As always, this code is committed. Yeah. Yesterday at 4:35 I did the final commit. So that one. 2 solutions to creating corridors both need testing. Yes, that's why this exists. So that's on GitHub at Fraser Blades Sharp, or one word. Ah, there it is. Line 9. That one there. Fraser Blades Sharp /sand_rogue. That's where you will find the code. Oh, I've got a great big sign in front of the chat. And yes, this is about chatting about code this morning. And we do have a couple of things to chat about. So let me just start getting myself ready. And see if anybody wants to pop in on Twitch. Hello and welcome to people popping in on Twitch. I'm actually going to do some coding this morning. I think we might be playing games in the morning in the future, but this morning it's Sunday. I wanted to do a relaxed programming stream. And it's all about movement today. Well, this morning is. This afternoon is seriously about movement in big time, complicated one. This morning I'm going to keep it simple. So I hope you're all well this Sunday morning. Let's run the code, see where we're up to. The code's on GitHub there at FraserBladeSharp/sand_rogue. Feel free to download what I have in front of me. You will get exactly the same code as what I've got here. Let's just get the potato machine working on our code. And as we can see, we have rooms and corridors. And today we are going to move this camera. Well, this morning we're going to move this camera. And I want to discuss how we're going to do it. We're using SDL. Oh, hi there, Plexum. Thank you. You're up early, aren't you, on a Sunday? Wanting to program, are you? Wow. I really wasn't expecting anybody to watch this morning. I'm going to sleep, said who, 12. Yeah, I realise that it is now in America 1 o'clock in the morning, 2 o'clock in the morning. Yeah, sorry about that. 5 a.m. for you. Right, well, I'm not going to be doing much programming this morning, so you go get some sleep. Yes, East Coast. And catch this afternoon's one, where we do some serious programming. So go get some sleep, mate. And thank you. Thank you for popping by. Right, SDL, why do people get it wrong? Actually, that's looking like a good dungeon. And the main reason people get SDL wrong is because they follow the intro streams or intro tutorials, including SDL, usually for C++ or not necessarily Java, because that uses the lightweight Java game library, doesn't it? Which is partially SDL under the hood. I think it is anyway. But it happens in the main game loop. So let's get down to our main game loop, which is getting lower and lower and lower down here. Here it is. It happens here. And you will see all the tutorials do if event type is equal to keyboard or key press or whatever it is in SDL. And then they will do probably a case statement and then saying case W equals forwards, you know, ASD and all that lot. And they'll do it all here in this while statement here. Don't is the answer. Because you're checking for the wrong thing. If I put a key down on my keyboard right now, it will print one character and then there's a pause and then it will repeat. like that. You can test it out on your own keyboard. It does it on them all. And that's due to the operating system with key down. The operating system governs that pause. I don't know if your operating system allows you to change your hesitation pause, or whatever you want to call it. Key repeat pause. There we go, we'll call it that. But that's not what you want in a game. You don't want to press a button in a game and then have to wait for your operating system to decide that you want to move forwards. So please don't do that. What you want to do is check if a key has been pressed, not if it's down. Oh, Plexum. No, you change the structure. Totally. I'm not even going to use. Well, I will be using that probably, but I'm going to do our movement out here. Where the to-do is. What you need to check against though is the key press. Has the key been pressed? The operating system does give that to. Well, that it is made available in the poll event, rather than the key being down. Nope, don't need to. I've got a handy piece of code for this, so I don't have to type it out. I'll show you. A lot of people will do Boolean storage of key presses, then clear the storage and do all of these fancy tricks to do your key press. You don't have to. It's very, very simple. So let's find the key press code. It's damned obvious when you look at it. Let me just, sorry about this, Plexum, but I'm just going to just move you out of the way for a sec. I do want to talk to you. If we look under projects, sandbox, and we go to source, core, game. It's only a few lines of code, which is why I'm just going to copy and paste it. Literally only a few lines of code. As you can see, it's this here. That's it. Yeah, you weren't expecting that, were you? Let's go through it and let's have a look why it works. What we're going to use is scan codes instead in SDL. Put you back up here, Plexum. There you go. So what you do instead is you look at the current key states. In other words, is the key pressed or not? And a scan code will give a true or false on whether it's pressed or not. Not on holding it down, not on anything else. There's no repeat delay. It just says, is this key down on your keyboard or is this key up? That's all it looks for. So there's nothing in here. So that isn't a uint 8, that's now a U8. Scan code, blah, blah, blah. If the scan code is the escape key, we're going to change running to false. My escape key will finally work. Yay! Then we've got... Yeah, this is not going to work, is it? What did we call our camera for starters? Oh, we did call it camera. That's good. So Z position is 2. So I just need to change these to 2s. And this, it's a lot less code, and I use ifs because of the else statement. Okay? This allows you to press 2 keys at once. So those 2 are forwards and backwards. You can't press both forwards and backwards and make a good combination, so obviously that's an if or an else. Okay? It's why you don't use case. And again, left or right is the X position, and this is strafing, not turning. So that's 0, please. Very important subtle differences in the ways that you program the keyboard, and with totally different effects. Personally, I will choose this one any day. It's easy to program as well. Q and E is up and down in the Y direction, so I have actually put it in for the debug camera. Very simple code. So if you have been following SDL tutorials in the past and they have been using the other way of doing it, sorry to hear it. Alright, we can't do that. There you go. So once we've done that, we can calculate the camera view matrix. A lot of people would put an if statement here saying if the camera has moved, then calculate the view matrix. We are in C and the calculation takes nanoseconds. We're doing a roguelike, who cares? Speed is not important. But just so that you're aware, you can check to see if anything's changed, and if it has, then do the calculation. Depending on the calculation, if it's a large calculation, then you would do that if statement. But for this program, we're not bothering, just so that you're aware. Right, that's my rant done on movement. Does it work? No idea. W isn't working, why not? Because I'm an idiot. Alright, that'll work now. What you get from this is a very smooth camera. Oh, nice flashy effects. Any ideas why we're getting the flashy effects? Actually, this dungeon doesn't look that bad. I'm impressed with this algorithm. That's rather good, except for these bits over here, which are wrong. There is something you need to be aware of. Clip ranges as well. I would like to talk about that. Look, there's your clip plane. Q&E, by the way, I use for that. Will it look any good? Yeah, there's something wrong with our graphics today. They are not very good. There seems to be an extra triangle or something in there. That's Z fighting, it's called, is the technical term for what's happening there. I think I know what it is. Let's clean our graphics up first. Let's clean it up. And then we'll have a look at that error that we just saw. I've made an error somewhere. Cleaning up this lot. Where is it? It's there. Alright, let's go to the first one. This is where I don't understand, because that's in bytes. No, it isn't. So please do download it. Sorry. We have our map being generated in MapC. Text file utilities are for reading the shaders. The shaders are separate. We have a common.h which has all the structures and type defs and stuff in, like these, for U8. I haven't used 64 yet. I probably won't do either. The dice are in a header file for doing the dice, and main C at the moment is the development, because this is development code. This is not final code. It might look final to you, but it certainly isn't final to me. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to take these off. I think it's drawing too many things. That's your vertex buffer, your colour buffer. And that's the OpenGL Hello World example used to draw the dungeon, by the way. Here it is. This is the Hello World triangle. But all I've done is I've added an extra triangle to make it a square. Just to prove how useful that example is and that people don't take advantage of it. VOIDs, yeah, that's okay. I just want to see what I get. No Z fighting. If you don't know what Z fighting is, it means that two shapes or two objects are fighting for the same place in the Z direction, the clip plane. I want to address the clip plane as well, and this at the right hand side. That, I don't like that. I don't like seeing it. We've got 50 on the clip plane. I don't like seeing that. We are going to alter it. But first of all, we have to address this error here. What the error is placement error in our algorithm. No, this is the debug camera. Oh, the escape key works now. Yes. Better specify that, hadn't I? Yeah, movement for debug. It's specified. The camera will be fixed on the player and the player will move. But for debug purposes, I need to be able to look around so that I can see if there's any problems like we just saw. So that's what this morning's also about, is tidying up our map. Right, so that's the problem that we found with the algorithm, is that corridors block the room placement and will send it into a loop. If you have that at about 0.35 and above, 0.36, I'll show you. The problem with the algorithm is that it will goof out. So if we run that, as you can see, it gets to 0.3435, and, well, sorry guys, the corridors are blocking. So there's nothing wrong with the code. It's just that we've got this tolerance thing to look at, and possibly doing it a different way. I think I will be doing it a different way. On the right hand side, we are testing and not throwing away something. So it's where does the error occur? Yeah, my programming is very simple, don't worry. I don't do anything complicated. And it is actually like an overflow happening here. That's dangerous. They look like corridor parts, but are they? Or are they rooms falling off the edge? So what I want to see is, have we got rooms at some point on the left hand side? No, the left hand side looks okay. We do have two corridors. That's actually looking good. We might be keeping this actually, but this risks an everlasting loop. We're only getting an error on the right hand side, and it's not linked, so it's corridors. It's not a room, it's a corridor that's doing that. Oops, don't do that. Okay, our corridors are being dropped in the wrong place. Maybe. We have old room and current room. We are drawing corridors between the old room and the current room. Okay. That's part of the to-do. Sorry, I'm just so used to naming my to-dos. Otherwise, always to keeping track of who's put them there. Me, I suppose. I'm the only person doing it at the moment. Unless you want to join in, Plexum, feel free. So, can anybody spot where the error is? It's in a test. Right, so we know it's in a test for getting rid of. And we don't test the corridors. I think it's rooms. There's a way to find out. There is a very easy way to find out. And it's... Oh, that printf's done it. No, I'm going to keep that in. It's a debug. Alright, no, don't keep it in. It is a debug, so piece of text, and so is that. I'm going to get rid of that one. Oops. Wrong line. Missed. That's your debug line. Oh, silly me. I need one of the printfs. I want the final one, that's all. Right, 8 rooms. And I see 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 rooms. So it only carved out 8 rooms, and yet we have extra floor spaces. It's a bit weird because it's only the floor spaces that we check. We don't check or have a check for corridors. It can only go to a corridor if a room has been carved. And there should be one less corridor than there are rooms. Interesting. Where's it coming from? We have two possibilities. There and there. So we will look at this. I want to take this out. For a second. I don't want it to do the rooms, so bool success equals true. Just do that for a second. Let's have a look at these corridors. Yeah, it's definitely in the corridor code, isn't it? No, it's not necessarily. It's a misplacement of a trues. All that means is that that cell location in a two-dimensional array is true instead of false. So we are turning something true by accident. Alright, create dungeon. Everywhere that we see dungeon level current, Right, so we pass it through to make, well, create corridor. We return it, obviously. We completely ignore it in here. And I think our problem may be in here. Nope. No obvious hitting me. I know this causes problems. Especially with all the -1s. Because that's doubly confusing why they're there. As far as I know, that's correct. False, true. Is it an overflow? We got an overflow error. true. There's no faults in here. And I don't think it's horizontal, I think it's vertical problem. Or is it? Is it just that we can't see the horizontal problem? If it's horizontal on the right, so that's on the right hand side only, the error. That's a top line. So is there a similar error on the horizontal? Damn it, there could well be. It's looking like vertical only. Has anybody found it yet? Has anybody looked through the code and found it yet? Why the vertical isn't correct? Dooby dooby dum dum dum. I think it's coming from somewhere else. I don't even think it's in this file. That's an interesting one. Okay, nothing has struck me as incorrect. Well, I'm probably looking at the solution right now. Because all we're doing is flicking a boolean over on map cells. And it's on the last map cells. Let's take a look. There is one other place where we do it, and that should be when we generate the map. Initially. It's always the last place I would look. Here it is. So we have a pointer, we then allocate it the memory. Just pop that on there a second. I just want to check the bottom. Dungeon level current, please. Yep, that's fine. Alrighty. So let's just mark this. I'm not awake this morning, by the way, so I better warn you, I will not be fixing this bug, most likely. But I'm interested in it. So I'm going to have a quick look. I'm interested in it because it only happens on the last square. I think I already know what it is. And it's nothing to do with my code again, I don't think. Okay. Let's have a look at our dungeon. Level current. Which is there. Map cells. Right down to the last X. Right, so it's been generated correctly. I think I know what it is. What happens... Oops, it's here. Our malloc. I think our malloc is wrong. I don't think our code is wrong at all. I think our malloc is. Dungeon level current. Let's just have a look to see whether I've done that correctly or not. Or whether I think it is. Yeah. I haven't put the +1s in. Under main. That goes to there. Where's our malloc? Here it is. Yeah. And there you go, it's stopped. It's the way that malloc works. Again, it's understanding memory. Each one of these is a memory location. And what we weren't doing was assigning enough memory to our array, two-dimensional array, to hold all the positions on the map. So what we were looking at down the right-hand side was memory locations. Some still had zeros in, but some were occupied by some random data. And it's only a true or false buffer that we're using. So of course, we were looking at memory in true or false mode. And that's what was happening. We weren't getting a segmentation fault because that memory is on the heap and it's not in use. If it was in use by another program or whatever, then we would have got a sigsev fault for trying to read an illegal memory location. Be warned. It is up to us to get the memory allocation correct. It's not up to your programming language to tell you that it's incorrect. Right, we've actually fixed the bug. There. I just realised we haven't even got a player in to move, have we? That was clever of me. I was going to do player movement this afternoon and I've just realised I haven't even got a player. Preemptive movement. That is a bowel movement. Right, so we're okay. How big is this file now? So we've got rid of a memory error. The reason I know it's a memory error is because of the lack of trues and falses we assign, and I checked every single one in map.c, and there wasn't anything there shouting out at me saying, hey, your variables are the wrong way around or something like that. And it wasn't happening on the horizontal and only on the vertical, and they're both the same code. So yeah, that was a bad malloc we had going. Okay, we're up to 500. Hello, Pudding. What are you meowing at me for? You were cuddling me last night because I was unwell, wasn't I? Oh, bless him. All right, I'm happy with 500 because with 500 you got to remember I spread my code out, so that's not really a lot of code. At 1,000 we'll refactor. And it might just get there right now because we're about to do the player. Enum constant comp model is never used. Yes, I know it isn't. Thank you. Max rooms is never used. Oh, that's right, because we didn't do it. We decided not to do that. So you can go. Model is never used. Yes, it is. No, it's not. Sorry. I'll just have to disappear for a minute. Right, green tick. I'm happy. So, we have finally done that. I'm going to have to do the character. Okay, let me show you what we're doing for the character. This is a roguelike, and I'm rubbish at making 3D models using Blender. That's a good point. We haven't even got anywhere to put them. New directory. Models? I don't know. I guess. Let's go and find a model. We'll need one for the player. Hello, Blender. This is your hello world for Blender. I'm not very good at drawing player walking like these kind of models here and these kind of models here. Forget it. I'm not that good. And we get a cube. Are we going to use that as a player? Nah, we can go one better. We can go one better than that. Player. How's about that? In true roguelike style. How's about that for the player, hey? Look at that beauty. It's... I know it's funny. But that's the correct way round. Look at the scale of which I've made it though. It's I've actually made it about 1 meter by 1 meter. I think it's 1 meter tall and about 70 centimeters wide. All you do is you add text there. Add a text object to the scene. Then you have to flip it around the red axis to stand it up, and then you use the modifiers on the right hand side to make it 3D, because to start off with it's just flat, and then you can just extrude it using the variables on the right hand side. I'll just pop you down Plexum to show what I've done. Sorry about that. So on here, scale in the X direction is 7, Y direction is 10. These haven't been normalized. Oh hell. That's why it's drawing it too big. Interesting. It doesn't, yeah, rotation on the x-axis is 90 degrees. I think it's there, that one there. Resolution, both. Extrude, 0.25 I've used, so it's that one there. That's wrong. I don't believe that. I've got it at the wrong scale. For some unknown and incomprehensible reason. I thought this was in meters. Honestly, these squares on here. But I guess my scaling is wrong. Whoopsie daisy. So that should be 0.7x. That should be 1. Yeah, exactly. 1. And the last one should be 0.4. There we go. So it's these little diddy squares are 1. Blender, you're lying to me. Why is my grid wrong in Blender? Interesting. No idea. What I'm going to do is I'm going to export it as a wavefront object. And we are going to export it to Sea Lion projects. We are doing Sandrogue, and we have resources with models. Right, -Z is forward. You must have that. Selection only, please. Don't want the camera, don't want the light. Geometry, must have. Apply modifiers, yes. Don't want smoothing. Normals, yes, must have. UVs, yes, must have. Materials, we're not going to be using them. But I suppose, yeah, you should. Triangulate faces. Please tick that box if you're doing an export OBJ. Otherwise, things can go a bit weird for you. But there you go. There's our @ symbol. I thought that was a brilliant idea. We have an object. And I've solved the problem. Oh, wait a minute. Do you want the object as well, people? Or do you think... well, it's simple object, isn't it? Go on. It's not going to be massive, so... camera movement and player .obj. Hold your horses, let me get it up online. I can't see why I shouldn't force people to mess around with Blender. That's about the extent of Blender that I know. Yeah. Cool, huh? There we go. Oh, sugar, it needs a password. Of course it does. It's online for you now on GitHub. So you can go grab it there. I think it's only fair. Right, what we got here? Do we need to unlock any of these? I think we're using most now of these. Yes, we are. Yeah, we do actually have to unlock this one. Because we do need that for our ECS system. We need the model component for our player. Our player is going to have a position component and a model component. Nice, huh? Don't need any other things in here unlocking. No. Finish with the map. Please stop asking me that. Where did we do the floor? Right, so this is the floor. The player is exactly the same code repeated, but obviously without this data. Have I got one that's pre-typed for me? Yes, I have. Color buffer. Create the floor model. Unbind buffers. Yeah, that's correct. Didn't I have a create played before that? We have it here. We have it in our ECS code from like the first, I think this is from the intro stream. Yes, it is. Okay. There's our player code. Spotted you. It's not a triangle, that's a square. Unbind the buffers. Then we do the shader. We can pop it in here. That'll do. It'll get moved to its own file. So will the floor tile. But for now, we shall do that. Right, we also want a model. Game model. Game model. Are we going to use stars? Should do, really, shouldn't we? I think we do. I didn't bother with that one because it's such a simple model and we can hold it on the stack. But no, I want these in the heap, please. So, player. I wish I'd be consistent with my stars. I'm trying to get used to doing them this way. So, player model. So it's going to be play. You'll start seeing that we are going to be getting functions out of this because all I'm doing is repeating myself. Really? I did that? C++ creeping in again. Player model equals player model. No, game model. Star. Malloc. Where are we sending it? Size of, isn't it? Just really. Size of a game object. Model thingy. Okay. At this point we zero it out. Is that really needed? Oh, the scale's wrong now. We just altered it in Blender. So that's a lie. It was me that was messing it up, not Asimp. Bad blades. Where is the GitHub link? To the top of this file. It's www.github.com/FraserBladeSharp, all one word. Make sure you use an O, not an E for Fraser. As in F, eraser. Yeah, it's a joke. And it's /sand_rogue. You will find the code there. There is no link on the Twitch page, as I might change projects, so that would mean updating all my links. No, I don't do it that way. I'm too simple. So yeah. Or just go to github.com and search for Fraser Blade Sharp, which will bring up my page, and then just click on Sunrogue. There is that way of doing it. Yeah, grab it. It's free. There are no conditions until I start using the GURPS rules, and then I will put a copyright note on it. But that'll be Steve Jackson Games copyright. So as far as I'm concerned, you can do what the hell you like with this code. There are, I don't want anything for it. Just a simple thank you, I suppose. I don't even want that. I don't mind. Now, is this necessary? No, but it's good practice. So we're going to do it. I should have kept common up. I should always have common up. So, game, component. Position and model. Those are the ones I want. Alright, so here comes the code. Player underscore model. We are going to set the object ID, and that will equal player object ID. Player object ID. There we go. That's that done. VAO ID 0. Player. It doesn't have one yet. And if something doesn't have a vertex array object identification number, 0 is defaults to unbinding the VAO. So if you make a mistake and you can't see your player model, check that first. Because it might still be 0. Player model. Next is num indices. We haven't got any yet, so that's 0. And player. Anybody would think I thought about how to do this, wouldn't they? Model matrix. Leave alone. Do not touch with a barge pole. Right, done. We've initialized our player model. Force of habit. Player. Dot component. COMP model equals player underscore model. Is this looking easier? Oh God, we've got a G position component, haven't we? And yeah, that is needed. Right, it's up at the top. an ECS system. It's to keep it simple. Game model. G underscore model component max entities. There we go. We now have one. No, we don't. I'm lying to you. We don't have one at all. Set all entities to unused. Find an unused entity. Alright. Why C? Because I have been programming in C++ for the past 5 years and I wanted a change. And I also wanted to show people that memory management matters and C++ doesn't teach you that. And the gotchas about C++ and why C++ programs are bugged in the way they are. I thought I wanted to show them, why do people use pointers? As you can see, there's hardly any pointers in this. I think we have now about 3 pointers now in the whole of the code base. And it's all about memory management. Understanding how the computer works. My first programming language I ever learnt was assembly. The second programming language I ever learnt was C. C++ I've done for about 30 years. I mean, I did try Java, Python, Rust. Go to the YouTube. It's at the top of one of the files, the main file. If you have a look at that, it's got my YouTube channel name on there. Go to my YouTube channel. Any thoughts on Rust? Yes, I want to use it. I would prefer to be doing Rust right now. And if you have a look at my YouTube Rust stuff, you'll see why I'm not. It's here. It's here waiting for me. It's here. I want to use it. I have it on my machine. But the libraries for Rust are a nightmare. It's a young language. The libraries are... Let's just say I have a rule. I have a rule that none of my programs will ever compile in more than 10 seconds. Any program that I've ever written, I've never been able to manage to break the 10-second barrier on compiling time. And I was checking out Vulkan with Rust, and I got a compile time of 59 seconds. That was the Hello World triangle in Rust and Vulkan. I'm sorry, but no. I will not compile... I will not program in Rust at this point in time because I can't make it cross-platform. I would have to do everything myself and make my own libraries. And I don't mind doing that. The problem is that as soon as I enter the operating system to get the window to show, it's no longer cross-platform. SDL plus OpenGL, I think, came in at about 20 seconds. The same program that we've got here in front of us. Well, no, actually, it was a very, very simplified version of this. If you have a compile time of over 10 seconds, you have done something wrong in any language. And that's the truth. How fast are computers today? 3 gigahertz plus? And you're taking over 10 seconds? Give me a break. Stop pulling my middle chain, would you? Sorry, this is a rant. It's not. I'm not aiming it at you. Sorry, Plexum. It's not aimed at you. And I mean never had 10 plus seconds. And I was programming in the 80s. It's okay, sorry about that, but I've been programming now for, holy crap, 42 years. 42 years. No, that's a lie, 41 years. "41 years from July the 1st of this year." So yeah, I originally learnt Borland C, and I didn't really start. I've only done about 30 years in C++, and I've done. I did a full 3D game library in a week using Java just for fun. I think that might be still up on the YouTube. I program in English, not in the language that's on the screen. So, I mean, languages to me are irrelevant. Programming is about a mindset and about how you approach problems, and realizing that no matter what you code and how you code it, there is a different way of doing it. Not a better way of doing it, a different way of doing it. Always remember that. Always. As we found out with our map, which I've left alone, I haven't tested it, have I? Right, after all that chat, let's get this player on the screen. I'll just duck you down a minute. Sandbox. Will Sandbox do it? I don't know. Source. OpenGL. That'll do it. Shall we keep it as a separate file? Might be better to. Because I've already got all of this rubbish here. We don't ever we do initialize that component, don't we? Right, okay, I'm happy with this. Yeah, I'm happy. We'll have a separate file because this is already getting create the player is already getting too big, and all we want to do is fill in these numbers here. So we will call it sand model loader. No. Sand model 3D. What do we call it here? Just load model 3D. Yeah, okay, we'll stick with what I've got. So under OpenGL, new source file, header file as well, please. And I'll have it in C. Yeah, I'll do. Add that. All we have to do is go to our common file, go to the top, unlock ASIMP, might be a good idea. There we go. ASIMP is now available. Hash include source just call it common, don't I? Common. What do we have? A single file. But we have a problem. Well, we don't have a problem. I don't have problems, I have solutions. Think about that statement. I don't believe in problems, I only believe in solutions. We don't have vectors. Do we? This is C. C doesn't have vectors. We have structures and we have arrays. That's about it, really. That's a pointer. So const char star path, a vec4 color. We're using CGLM, by the way, not GLM, so you can get rid of that. I'm going to keep sand. So sand underscore vector we'll have. We don't have the code for it. So I think we should do that. Core new C source file, create. If you don't have it, you write it. That's the rule of C. If you're wondering why I'm putting sand in front of it, it's just because that's what it's going to be. It's going to be called the Sand Library, which I make out of this. And this is Sand Rogue. The name came from the word sandbox, because that's where I started from. I was just sandboxing it, and it grew to a sizable extent, so I thought, we'll do it as a project properly. So this is actually out of my sandbox project. The forerunner to this, the test, to see whether it was possible. Add. Okay. So let's write a vector. I don't think there's going to be much to change in here, is there? No, there isn't. But we've got a hash define. So yes, there is. This is going to change a bit. The hash define can't be in here. Hash defines go here. What else have we got in here? We have a struct for vector. Badly written. I think 32 will be faster than 64, so yes, I'll use 32. C is SIMD compliant. But you have to pack your structs properly to make it work. Right, so vector should be not used yet. Source / common. There we go. All sorted. Naming convention is good, actually. So we'll keep the naming convention. There's nothing to do with that lot. Which is nice. Means it was probably written correctly. And we'll just take... Yeah, we'll just take from here. Right, this is an integer only vector. That is not a void star. Okay. Massive reasons. One, I couldn't be bothered doing the void star one. Secondly, I only want an integer one because I'm only using it for one thing. That didn't work. What's happened? Where's my mouse gone? Ah, there he is. Guess what I did wrong? Duh. Put you back at the top might help. Thank you. I don't think there should be any mistakes in here. No, it's just as it was. But that's how you write a vector in C, by the way. The vector class from C++. But this is for ints only, as I said. I only want it for ints. I don't want it for any other type. So that's that. I'm not going to go through it. It's simple stuff. Did I actually... I didn't even rename it, did I? Okay, I didn't rename it. Never mind. That's a shame. That is a shame. What am I using it for? I am using it to... Yeah, why would I need a solution if I don't have a problem? Exactly. Let me get this off screen. I prefer chat up. I prefer to chat, by the way, not to program. It is a chat channel, for God's sake. Yeah, I completely agree. When it comes down to problems, I just don't believe in them. There's no such thing. Source, where do we just put that? Core. And we called it sand vector. Right, that gets rid of that. What I'm using it for is to store the buffer handles for OpenGL, because I'll talk about it properly, because the reason for this is when you come out of a program or your program ends, everybody in C++ says, yay, everything cleans up, we've got all these destructors and it cleans up all the memory and all the rest of it. And they completely forget that they've just left all of the graphics that they've loaded up to the graphics card on the graphics card. There's a massive memory leak. So, yeah, they've cleaned up the computer's memory, but have they done the graphics card? No. The graphics card is a computer. It has a GPU and it has memory. And you have to manage it as well. Rant over. You're free to talk again. That one is actually one of my biggest rants. I can go for hours on that one, on memory management. Rightio. Let me just pull over this, which we may have to change. Yes, we do. It's only one function. But it uses something very special. And it's called a side effect. So I'll show you how it works. Now in C++, if you go to school and you learn C++, they will probably mention side effects in functions, but not much. Python is a language which tries to avoid side effects. C++ happens to have loads of them. That's where all the bugs in programs come from, and the management of the memory. And side effects does come from memory management, and it comes from how I've started it. Here, we want a game object, don't we? Game model, I've called it. And it's still not happy. Oh, that'll do. Right, and the side effects are here on this line. What we are doing is we are passing in 2 pointers to our heap memory, which is out in the main memory of the computer. Those 2 pointers we are going to use as storage. And those 2 pointers to memory will then have the storage of a vector. Why isn't vector append working? Sort that out in a minute. Interesting. We'll come back to that. The side effect is that we have stored in our heap, the main memory of the computer, heap memory, these vectors, and at the end of this, something going on here that's not quite right. And at the end of the program, we don't return them. We don't return the pointers back because we don't need to. They've already been altered. We pass the pointers in, they get altered, so then back in main, we have the original pointer still to that memory, which means we can then look at that memory and delete these buffers at the end of the main program. Right, let's start looking at errors. So that's called a side effect, that we are altering memory and we're not returning it back. So this is all about loading a model and returning a game model back to main, but also that there is a side effect that we are storing our vertex array objects and vertex buffer objects out in the main memory via 2 pointers that we supply. So we have a side effect. To be noted, a lot of people don't realize they exist. Alright, what is this? What's wrong here? Alrighty. Well, it's no longer that. It's that. Anyway, you see sand asset, put that. Okay. That is now a bracket, curly brace, end curly brace. Right, and we can't do it this way anymore. That's not allowed. Because it's a pointer and it's not on the stack. Pointer. Okay, yes, that's correct. It just warned me then not to do that. Not a good idea. Make it into a pointer. And let's do the last one. Make it into a pointer. We don't have position. That is quite correct, we don't have position. Okay, that's fine, we don't need that one. Excellent. One less to worry about there. Object ID is not up to us, model matrix is not up to us, we only need indices and VAO ID. That's the only two things that we want back from this. Okay, this is ASIMP. You have to construct a C struct AI scene, and obviously we just put it to null because it's a pointer. We'll like that sometimes, God knows why. Then we import the file, path, and I want the post-processing of ASIMP to do target reality. Can we have a big thingy on that, please? Yeah, there you go. Hash define all of that lot at the top. So that's what that's doing. It's giving us calculating the tangent space, smoothing normals, identical vertices, join them up, cache locality, improve it, limit bone weights, we haven't got any, remove redundant materials, well, who cares, split large meshes, we haven't got any, triangulate, we need that. We need triangles, and I've emphasized it twice now that we need triangles. Gen UV chords, that's for putting your textures on, which we might incorporate, so I don't mind it being there. Sort by p-type, high, middle or low. That's to do with your graphics card, we'll ignore that. Find degenerates. I'm here. You don't need to find me. I'm here. Find invalid data. In other words, bin it, but it will warn us if it's there. Hopefully. Okay. If it equals null, then we return the loaded asset, and we should test our loaded asset to see if it does equal that. If the VAO ID equals 0 upon return, then we have failed to load the asset. That's your test for failure. So we set up the VAO. You might recognize this code. Then we transfer the indices. Oh God. Declared in mesh.h. No, why have you got a red squiggly on it? Oh god, yes. Rinse C. There you go. Happy now? Yeah, that's one error done. So what we're doing here is we are transferring the indices from the file into memcop. Well, we're copying them into face index, is it? Face array. So we create a face array, which is just a pointer. We give it some memory, which is the number of faces. Each face is a triangle, which means it's got 3 positions in there, so times it by 3. Important, remember triangles. And that's the 3rd time I've mentioned that. Face index equals 0, go through the indexes and just wallop over the memory using memcopy. That's a struct. We can then load them up to the graphics card and store the VBO storage for the index buffer, which is just a GLU int, which is an integer. So we generate the buffer, that becomes the identification for that buffer, and we store it so we can delete it later. Simple, really. Bind the buffer, buffer data, wallop it up there. Do this, well, vertices is simple. Okay, generate the buffer, save out the result so we can delete it later into our vector. Bind the buffer, and yeah, we just transfer it directly from ASIMP straight to the graphics card. No special code required. How's about that then? Bet not very many people knew that about ASIMP. Right, vertex attribute pointer's not correct because that's null. We don't have null pointers in C. We enable the attribute 300. That's correct. Right, colors. We don't get the color from ASIMP. We pass it in as a vec4. So the user, us, we choose what color it is. So all I do is I go through adding the colour to everything. And there is a problem with this code. Nope, that's alright. Just hasn't caught up. Again, save the buffer out in storage so we can delete it later. Generate the buffer. And there you go. We have 3 triangles per face, and we have 4 floats for the colour. Shove them on the graphics card, and we get a load of errors. Okay. Correct. I love it when it's right. I do like this editor now. Compared to using Visual Studio, this is a blessing in disguise. I am no longer fighting IntelliSense. Okay, so we've all gone down there. There's another null pointer that we don't have. Actually, we'll do it properly. It's not null at all. It's void star 0. That's the correct. That's C. No more nulls up here, is there? No. I think it's just the 2. So that's C. What that means is void star means it doesn't have a type. 0 means 0, null. But if you have a look at the macro null, it doesn't have a void star in it, it's just the number 0. But if you have a look at online of what GL vertex attrib pointer says, you should do, is a pointer to the offset in your data where this pointer should start. So that is a pointer offset, and a pointer is star. You can't put int 0 because it isn't an int. Null is int 0. It's a void star 0. It's a pointer. A null pointer. That's how a null pointer really looks. Right, what have we got here? Oh, we've got another load asset thingy, haven't we? It's a pointer. Oh, that didn't work very well. Messed that one up, didn't I? It's a pointer. And that's a pointer. That line's not needed. And of course, I've got my notes warning you about releasing the memory. We haven't attached any of the log system because I have a separate program that I'm playing with for Asimp, which has all of that log streams attached. And I can test things out in there first before I put them in here. Should we free the face array and the color array? Yeah, we should. Did we malloc them? Yes, we did. Return the loaded asset. We're good. Okay. Oh, we've got a JLM stupid thingy going on. Curly bracket. Curly bracket. Right, everything should be good. And it's not position because we're not doing position. So can you please get rid of that line? I just remembered. Damn you. So the only thing that's wrong with this file is that function something. What's wrong with you? Oh, it's just unused. Okay, well that's obvious. We haven't used it yet. Now in main C, we have to provide these two things. So we have to provide these two things here, these vectors. Should I put that in common? Because we're using it in more than one place. Do we have a place in common for it? No. We don't. There you go. Alrighty, let's see what we can do here. We shall. Source. Core. No, we're not common. Core. And it's sandvector.h. And we also want to include our brand new ASIMP loader. God, that's got to be the shortest load OBJ model I've ever done. I normally talk all the way through them. Just, never mind. Take care, Plex, I'm sorry, but I'll let you go. Thank you for stopping by. It's been a pleasure meeting him. OpenGL. And it's load model. Let's use it. Let's use it, don't abuse it. So we have to make two vectors. Sorry, I'm just trying to remember how to do it. Yeah. Right, so here luckily player positions here, so we can load a model that's in resource. I always do it different. I never know whether there's an S on the end. It's resource / models / player.obj. OBJ is not the only format you can use. Look up ASIMP, play around with it, but it's the simplest one that I can think of. Because I can look at it, I can open it, it's a text file. Right, we now need a color. Which we'll call player color. We now need VAO storage. Which we will call the address of VAO storage, I suppose. Storage. And we'll want the address of VBO storage. That's it. So, vec4 player color equals doesn't equal player color 0 equals red. How much red do we want in our player color? What's the player color normally in a roguelike? Green, isn't it? So we don't want any red. That's simple enough. Player color. Yeah, this is the green. 1. I'll have 5 of the green. I've actually made a mistake now. I've forgotten about ambient light. And I know we haven't come to light and we haven't done lighting yet, but I had forgotten about ambient light. So those are actually 0.1. And player color 3 alpha. We'll have it solid. 100%. These are true to 6 decimal places. So you have a lot of colours to choose from. Just because I put 0.1, 0.5, 0.1, 1.0, don't be fooled by that. There are very good colour charts on the internet in Google. Low 3D model now has that, so we're okay there. That's good. Next we want VAO storage. So that will be vector init. Is it not just vector? Yeah, there's a struct. Vector. Thank you. VAO. Vector. VBO. Vertex array objects and vertex buffer objects, for anybody who doesn't know what they are. And then we will have a vector init and VAO. See, I'm not using pointers. Vector. I'm just sending the address in init. The address of VBO. And it should be storage. There we go. We have a model. Where do we get our player object ID from? We set it there. And we're now zeroing it out. Not clever. This is what you got to be aware of. You can't just shove things in. That load model 3D will return a VAO ID, an object ID. We shouldn't be affecting that, are we? No, we're only doing the 2. That's fine. That's fine. Check build. What's wrong with that? Expected declaration or statement at end of input. No, you just expected that. Come on, be honest with me. Let's see if there's any other typos I've made. No, good. Done. 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 We need to test it. We don't have a player start position. I put green in, I did, yeah. Okay. We don't have a player start position. How do we get the player start position? Where are we going to place the player? Order matters. What I'm thinking of doing is positioning the player at the time when the dungeon is created. Because remember, this is only ever run once. This is all initialization. So dungeon creation can actually go anywhere prior to the main game loop. So let's bring that down to the player and see what we can do with it. Of course. Dum da dum dum dum. We put it here. Simple solutions are the best. When we create the dungeon, here, we can pass in I wonder if that would work. Player. Let's see if I can work this out. Player. What have we got at that point? We've got a pointer. We have. We can create another side effect, but it's not usually a good idea to create too many side effects because then you've got no idea what the hell's going on in your code. Alright, doesn't matter. Doesn't matter for testing. Right, let's test it. Let's get this player up on screen. We have all the things we're going to need here. Position 0, 0, 0. We're not changing that, I don't believe. No, we're not. I need to do these two. They might not look like pointers, but they are. Oh. Firefox, hello. I've got gestures switched on. It's not the VAOs that are the problem, so the vectors that are the problem. It's what's inside them. So it's 4. Oh, 32 on this one. There could be more than 255 models in the game. U32 index equals 0. As long as index is less than the vector I think it's capacity. No. No. Watch out, there's 2 of them in here. That one. Vector size of and VAO storage semicolon. Capacity just shows how much space you've got left. Well, how much space in memory it's taking. If you want to know that kind of thing. Index ++. And we want to GL think it's not delete, what is it? Oh yeah, it is. Here we go. Delete. It's buffers, but is it a vertex array buffers for this one? Let's go and have a look. Yeah. Vertex arrays, and that will be open brackets. What do you take? 1 and the address of the array. So that is 1, comma, the address of the buffer. VAO storage. Data. Trying to remember how to use it. It's a star, which is good. Index. That's a pointer. Is it a pointer? Is it? That's a pointer. Here we go. I32 aka int to parameter of type const gluint aka const unsigned int star. That's fine. And we just need the address. Yeah, I'm alright with that. Doesn't look right for some reason. I'm going to double check myself. I don't want to get this wrong. To me, memory management is possibly one of the most important things you can do. Getting it wrong is not a good idea. Free up resources. That's the wrong program. That's the one that we're doing. Okay, we don't do it in there. Here. And VAOs. Oh, I've done it a different way. Okay. I think I prefer that way of doing it. I'm happy with that. We have the VBOs to do, which is delete buffers. That's the only other one. And there is a printf for this, which I do want as well. And we haven't deleted the shader either. So it's this lot. So the shader we need to delete. That helps. That's a good idea. So let's see how I've done this one. I always put these printfs in, by the way, to make sure that I know that it's happening. It's not needed, but it's my peace of mind. So what we're doing is we're going through each one, as I already said, and we are then getting the VAO number and just deleting it here. Not awkward. Okay. Add you to the dictionary, please. And we'll add you to the dictionary. And we just do the same for the VBOs. So it's VBO, deleting, yeah, print it out. We do exactly the same for next, well, for loop. we get the information that we want, and we delete it. Now there's something we haven't done. After we've done that, well, actually, oh god, what did I use that for? Whoops. Sorry, my hand was on the delete key. Right, VAO storage and VBO storage. So at the end of the VAO storage here, there should be a vector I don't know if we need to do this because we didn't use it as a pointer. Damn you. Doesn't matter. It'll tell us. And this one is and VBO storage. Done. Does that compile? Hopefully. Expected constituent asterisks. Why? Preempt that one. I don't like doing preempt modifications. I like it to tell me that they're wrong. Right, do we get the zigzag at the end? Good. No idea. What just happened? Ah, bless. What? Oh, right. Right. That's fine. We didn't assign any memory to our assets. Be careful. Right, yes, that's fine. That is correct. Let's do it. It's loaded asset. Remember, loaded asset is not controlled by this file. It's controlled by main. we are going to pass the pointer back to main. So main will have to free up the memory. And that's just the size of game model. So now we've done that, we have to go back to main. Find our asset first. Blah de blah de blah. That's not good. We don't pass that in, do we? Oh, dearie me. Load model returns. Oops. Right, there's an easy way of doing this. That you cut and you put it here. You then put player model equal to it. Color and storage we need. What else do we need? There's a malloc for the model. Don't need it. That's two memory associations we have done there. Don't need you. Don't need you. That looks better. That looks better. Wrong way to do this is just to drop it in here. I'm going to just drop it in here, but hey ho. To do, we should loop through all models. And we shouldn't just drop it in, we should loop through the whole of the model, because we're in an ECS, we may as well use it. There you go. that's the answer to that one. Forewarned. I've still got a yellow down the bottom here. That is correct. Where's our VBO gone? Come here, VBO. Yeah, VBO's correct. I just messed up the first one. Okay. God damn it, it worked. Okay, that's my typing errors out of the way with. What about the code? Let's just assume for a moment that the camera... Sorry, the projection matrix doesn't change, which it won't. Let's assume that the camera doesn't move from this line onwards, which it doesn't. So that's those two out of the way. Let's assume that we render the map correctly. Did we switch the map back on? I think we did. No, we didn't. Okay. There you go. Deleting VAO vectors 1, VBO vectors 3. And that's our player. We didn't switch the maps back on. Always forget to do something simple, don't I? Okay, should go back to blues only. We get a tick, good. I've spelled something wrong. Two things wrong. Sorry. No idea. Hey ho. Map's working. Everything's working. Let's find our player. So if we assume everything's still the same, we can't. There is something that has changed, and that's the position of the model. Which is here. What does that go to? Okay, that's the rendering the dungeon map. So we will need to do what? Shader program we can keep the same. This is the interesting bit. No, I've still got player model hanging around. So we'll use it for now. Oh. Sorry, my bad. We still have to do that. Yeah. We need that uniform. Which is calculated here. That's basically it, I think. So it's dum 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 dum. So it's not floor anymore, it's player. Floor position, that was a Vec 4, wasn't it? Vec 3? No rotation. Can't be bothered looking it up, actually. It's the same thing, isn't it? Can I just pop it in like that? Will that do? Yes, no, yes, no. I still got a red marker here. Expected expression. Oh, right. I might have to modify that. I'm not sure what to do about that, but yeah. Right, player's wrong. What were you expecting? Model. You're expecting a model? Floor? What were you doing to my mind at the time? You horrible floor. Struct floor. I need a refresher course on my maths now. God damn you. Game model. Why the hell am I doing it that way? Because it's got the model matrix. Got you. Right, thank you. Oh, we got that lying around for the player. We do, don't we? There you go. No, it is a... I'll have a look at you in a minute. Change type of variable player model to anonymous struct. Insert a star. What? I know what you're telling me to do, but... Oh, we're bringing it back out again. Yes. Sorry. My bad. You're quite right. That is a star. You want a copy of it. So that will give it a copy of the player model. Right. That's fine. And then that's just... a pointer. Right, what else we got here that's absolutely up the creek? Oh. Well, that's bad. Alright. It wasn't expecting me to use a pointer. That's what's wrong. Right, what's this yellow bit about? Incompatible pointer types passing position star to parameter type float star. That's right. Ow! Ayappa! Oh! Thank you, Muppet. That really does hurt. I've messed up. What are you doing, Muppet? I've messed up. Something wrong with my player position. Position star to float star. No, that's wrong. That's not what it's asking for. It's asking for a vec3 position. How's about that? Might help. Anything else that I haven't noticed? Why have we still got a yellow at the top? Oh, right. Yeah, because I haven't done the G model component. Okay. Why have I still got player model component here? Now doing it here. Where the use me G model? Where is it? Oh, I know what I've done. I haven't used it, is the answer. Oh, we have. We've just put in used in-game entities. Is that the only thing we've done? Yep. And we have set the player object IDs to unused, is it? Oh no, that's finding one to use. Got you. That's setting the player ID. So we use it. We assign it all there, don't we? I think we should do the same for our other at line 57. Here we go. It's in the same loop. So I may as well use the same loop. There we go, that's initialized those two. Now I'm happy to use it. I just wasn't happy using it without it being initialized, to be quite honest with you. And we do need to use it because we need to add it. And that's going to be object ID equals I just realised I'm doing dots here and it's not complaining. Oh god, never mind. That's fine. So we've got the ID into the model component, we've got the position component set up, so our ECS system has now been sorted. I think that's all I need, really. I think I've covered most of the bases there. Okay, let's build. Build finished. Let's run. No, don't see anything. And we didn't see anything because I haven't drawn it. Dar. But I've done all the calculations and not drawn it. Calculate model matrix. Send the model matrix up to the shader. And we haven't drawn it. Clever. Triangle. Um, unsigned int, void star. Yeah. Okay, I'll go with that. Should be able to go diagonally. Nope, don't see anything. Which is normal. And I'm ignoring chat at the moment, aren't I? Like an numpty. Oh, Plexum, yeah. Good chap. Good chap. Right. Come on, what did I do wrong? I'm not happy with this. Although I know it works. What we'll do then is we'll have a cup of coffee. So, commit. So first attempt to render player. No show. Okay, commit that please. There you go. VCS. Git. Push. And God, it's 1 o'clock already. Push. There we go. It's on GitHub now. If you want to just have a look at my code and tell me where I've gone wrong, I'm going to go make a cup of coffee. Be right back. Okay, I'm back. Fantastic. We got coffee. How much code have we got now? Just looked at that number and thought to myself, ooh, there might be more code than I expected here. Oh, it's not grown too badly. It's not done too badly. This is all a mess now. Ah, free vector memory, yeah. That's interesting. I've done it differently down here, I thought I had. No. That's better. Yeah. This isn't, I don't know. Doesn't sit right. I know it is right, but it just doesn't sit right. That's beside the point. Why haven't we got these? Oh. I wonder. I know the shader doesn't matter, but do these matter? And the only other thing I wanted to check was here. Ant, please. Thank you. Right. Continue onwards. Right. What we got here? Player model VAOID. It should be 2. No, it's 0. And that's what I was thinking. There's nothing there. Hello again. What did you miss? Me messing up my player model. I haven't got one. I've just loaded it and I haven't got it. So I need to find it. I thought that'd happen. Darn it, darn it, darn it. I think I know why. Player model. Where did you go? That's awkward. We need to send the player model in. We can't do it that way. This isn't going to work like this. It just doesn't sit right. I don't want to do it that way. I just want to do it that way. And I just want to do comma player model. Really? So let's go and change our load model 3D. I'm not happy with the way it's doing it. Enter. Right, that's the way I would prefer to do it, because we're using C. I just think it gives us better results this way. Load asset is no longer required. That'll bring up all the red bits, and that is not required. Lovely. We're getting somewhere. That's what we really want. Those two pieces of information. Now we do have another problem. Well, that doesn't belong in here. I didn't like it when I was doing it, and it doesn't belong here. So you can come out. That's not looking too bad then. I'll be back to you in a second. Well, I've got to finish this first. That goes there. Now I'm happy. What did I do for this floor model? Anything and nothing. Nothing now. Right, what did I do for the floor model? Did I just make one up? No, I didn't do anything for the floor model because it's a test piece. I just made one up on the spur of the moment, didn't I? Yes, I remember that. Okay. There. It's not even a pointer, it's just on the stack. Leave that alone. So I was right in what I was thinking. Let me just take this thought to the end and then we'll go back to load model and correct. That is a liability. Okay. That's the ECS done. What are we freeing up down here? The components. We have to do that as well then. Alright, I'm now a little bit happier with this side of things. I think this side should work now, but we will find out in a minute. Loading the model in C is just player model. La 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 la. Why did I call it player model? Why didn't I just call it loaded? Ow! Thank you, Muppet. You're doing well today with that. Why didn't I just do that? Can no longer do. That'll stop the bugger. You're not going to get past that one. It should be an error. I think that's what's happened. We didn't check for errors, did we? God damn it, that assert's going to crash us. Fantastic. You little gem. Right, that's all correct. Yep, we're about to crash on an assert. No? What do you mean, you didn't crash? You loaded it? You skunk, you can't have loaded it. You haven't? Hold on a minute, did I not do that assert right? That should have been a crash. Double free or corruption fast stop. Yes, I know. Right, okay. There is an assert miss. That assert missed. I think it did. You person. Okay. You're joking me. It's reading it. We have a mesh. Yes, Muppet. Purr, purr, purr. We do have a mesh. Let's just step forwards a bit. VAD. Where is our VAO ID? Yeah, it's 2. That's correct. Main.c. Oh dearie me. Floor model, no. Why have we got a brown thing there? I don't know. Ah, here we go. Yeah, continue. So, player model. Is 0. How? How come you're 0? What did I do wrong? So it is reading. That's interesting. I was expecting it not to be reading. To be honest with you. I only want 2 values. Continue. Two. Okay. Stuff it. Stuff it, stuff it, stuff it. Return. Loaded asset. Why not? What the hell? I don't care. We're having a return on it then. And we are returning... Blah 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 blah. That. Okay. Oh, I can just step out, can't I? There we go. Equals stop and rerun. So we know it's correct all the way to the end of this file now. Okay. Okay. I knew I had one spare going in there somewhere. Two. Does it get assigned again at any other point? Yes, it does. Right here to a 0. Please don't. Those 2 lines, please die. Irrelevant. Next. How do I know what the player object ID is? Oh, that's because I'm setting it. I'm not asking for it. Right, get on screen, you little @ sign. It's time now. Woo, for you to appear. Here we are. Here's our little @ sign in his bright, glorious green. There he is. That's our player. That's a horrible colour. Ho. No shading. So there we go. We are now A text adventure in 3D. The roguelike begins. We have no failures from here on in. There you go. OpenGL's simple once you do it right. Let's give you that. Render player to 0, 0, 0. Coords. So you know where to find it. Weird. There we go. That's that done. How are we going to set its position? We can load it, but how can we set its position? Currently, we just do that. Zero, zero, zero. And that's where it's going to end up. Any bright ideas? What? Oh, wait a minute. Do we still have that error at the end? We should still have that error at the end when I came out of that. Press escape. Yes, we do. Double free. Thank you. That's all I wanted to know. The double free is there. There you go. Sorted. No errors. All yours. Right. To-do lists. Let's have a look at main first. Player movement, camera movement for debug. We have done that one. Oops. So that can come off. Rendering functionality, no. We should loop through all models. Yes, we should. Right. Damn, we've got a few here. I'm interested in this next. Sorry. Because I noticed on a couple of those runs there that the number of rooms was quite low. 11. 12. 9. 13. 7. It's not too bad. think I saw 6 as well. Oh, you can actually see the @ sign now in the top left-hand corner from this distance. That's funny. Wave at the little character. I'm hesitating, aren't I? I don't like it. I so don't like it. Let's say that we didn't do this. Let's just say for a minute, if we didn't do that for the exit condition, what would we do? If success, else something or other. How's about attempts? So it'd be fails, wouldn't it? It would be a U8, and we would call it fails, and we would start it at 0. Now, every time that we have a success, we just put fails equals 0. Every time we have a fail, however, fails plus equals 1. And then here our exit condition would be something like if fails is greater than 9, how many rooms will that generate? 9. 7. 7. 7. 6. Too low. Remember, it takes more time if you put it upwards. 9. 9. 8. 9. 6. 6. 8. Okay. Ten. 8. 7. 7. 8. 9. 8. 9. That's close. That'll do. I think we're at my maximum. 9. 9. I want an average of 9. 14. 8. 10. 10. This is looking good. Looking very good. That, to me, seems better than doing this very, very strange division thingy here. It's simpler. It's more controllable. Well, no, it isn't actually. The other one's more controllable. This one is okay for control. Now, poor little @ symbol looks all lonely out there. Come on, how do we put him in a room? Right. I'm a lot happier with that one. To me, this seems more sensible. Checking for successes and fails. And if we have too many fails, just saying, right, that's enough. We've got a map. Let's go with that. That makes more sense to me. Because that's how real life works. Rather than doing some strange calculation and working out a percentage and saying, well, we've done this much, so that we've had enough. We won't do any more. I'm shocked by that. That is a shocked. That is not necessarily the best way of doing it. It's just a choice that I've made. Actually, what am I doing? I don't put my notes here. Right. I'm happy with that. That's a couple of to-dos done. Any more to-dos? Not doing that one. So how do we place? So we have to add this, don't we now? The answer's staring me in the face. I don't even know what I'm going to put a to-do in. To-do. Place player on map. At the moment we haven't done that quite, have we? We have two approaches to this. We can throw the player into our dungeon creator here, or after that has run, we just throw our player onto the map and hope for the best. We can control where the player lands in the dungeon creation. But outside of that function, we only have true or false to go by. So wherever he lands, it's either true or false. I say we put him in. I say we put him in. We put him in a room. I don't think starting off in a corridor is roguelike, is it? Roguelikes, you always start off in a room. And the only time we know where the rooms are is when we create the dungeon. So, player is... This could be interesting. It's only the player position we need, is it? Or do we want the whole player? How's this going to work? For now, we'll do that. This will probably all get altered on when we redo everything. Position star player. That will be a side effect. Okay. Let's see if it works as a side effect. Oh, he's here already. So what I am saying is... that. Can we make that work? Yes, we can. Because we have an else we haven't dealt with. It could be interesting to see if it will work or not. Right. What I'm thinking is we have an else here at room 0. So what we could do is probably do something with our player position in here. So vec3. So all we need is 0 and player position. There were 2. The Z position. Those are the 2 positions that we're after. And it will be equal to something. The X location room location X plus roll dice 1D room width. Which will be a minimum of 1, so -1. Equals room location Z, I hope, plus a dice roll from 1 to room height. I put an extra bracket in. -1. So, what's the problem with our player? Oh, he's a bit of a slouch, is he? I see. He's a bit of a slouch. He likes to rest through the floor, sorry. Back in Maine. I forgot. Okay. I forgot. We put the origin at the middle of the model. I remember now. Hunt the player. This is going to be a new game they're going to have. Hunt the player. Right. Let's stop playing Hunt the Player. And let's just look. Oh, wait a minute. That's the to-do done, isn't it? It was as easy as that, really. I mean, it's not a biggie. But it's sometimes not obvious. We create a dungeon level. Shader. Camera. I am tired of doing that. So what we're going to do is we're going to have player position 1, 0. minus... We're on a 9x5 screen, aren't we? Easiest one to work with is 6 then. I think. That's wrong. What am I doing? Brain's gone. It's that one there. That's the one I want. Sorry, my bad. Brain just died for a second then. Okay. Nine by 5. So 6 will be 10. Yeah, that'll do. Z direction is plus. So it's player, position, arrow, found it, position, 2. Plus takes you down the screen, yeah. Camera rotation on X. And then we want to do the camera rotation on Y. I think that's right. Probably isn't. First try. Oh, that was nicely done. Spot on. Nope, too high. I thought it would be. So it is 9. It's because of the top of the screen, this grey bar. I'm going to have to actually measure this now. One sec. It's about right, but it's not quite. Blooming close. My God, I think I got it right. Dota 2, eat your heart out. We've got better graphics. We've got the @ sign. Right, there's more space underneath. Which there should be. That's right. That is the center of the screen. He says. Well, it's not actually. The center of the screen is somewhere about there. Just below. A couple of pixels below. Right, here's your next problem. Can I take a screenshot of that as a picture? Doesn't really matter. Right, this is interesting. How do we move the at? Well, you can use the keyboard WASD, can't you? No, because we've got that on the camera. It's our debug. Yeah. I will have to put an enable button on that, won't I? Yes, I think I will. To stop me from doing it by accident. How's about we right click here, say, and the character moves that way. Or we right click there, the character moves that way. Right click there, the character moves that way. Now, in roguelikes, there's only 8 directions. And it's 1 turn per square move. So all we need to do is figure out whether it's that one, that one, that one, that one, that one, that one of these squares around that we move to. The other thing is, because we're in 3D, we also have to face the direction we move. But we don't have to. There's nothing in the roguelikes that says we have to change facing, is there? All the roguelikes face the same way no matter what. Hold on a minute. Hold on a minute. If that's true, isn't it? Because they're all text-based. Well, they're supposed to be text-based, but they're not. They are graphics-based. Roguelikes out there. But that's not what we're making. We're making the original roguelike. That didn't do a thing. We've got a calculation missing. Or the rotation gets thrown out. Okay, let's just pretend you didn't see me cheat. Wrong way. Now all I have to do is check for a mouse click and we can move. We have the player. I say in a room, but it's actually the first room that's drawn, but that could be anywhere, so effectively it's random. Interesting. That'd be a theoretical discussion in itself, wouldn't it? I'm not going there. Right. We're done. 2 o'clock and we are on to player movement. Right, we're going to have a mouse. What am I doing? Mouse. And it's an R click for me. I'm designing this for my handicap, not other people's. So mouse, R click. To move. Get XY location of mouse. And then determine which direction to move 1 square of the 8 directions to move. 1 square. I was going to do like open world style and just have time flowing using delta time and just having your character walking around the dungeon as normal. But then I was watching something on roguelikes and they were critical about that, saying that it's not roguelike. And I thought, well, as I started this project to be roguelike, that's the definition of roguelike movement. And it wasn't either. Originally it was only 4 ways, 4 directions, not 8 directions. So it was only the cardinal points, north, south, east and west, you could move. So I'm open to discussion on that one. Should I do 4 directions or 8? Should I let the player choose 4 directions or 8? You know, ask them. Ask the person who wants to play the game. Say, excuse me, but would you like 4 directions or would you like 8 directional movement? By the way, it's on the mouse right click. Because the idiot that wrote the game can't use the keyboard properly. Which is true. Which is interesting. Computer programmer who can't use keyboards properly. Yeah. Good one. Because I'm not a computer programmer. I'm a systems analyst. I think we should go with 8. Because it's easier to go down to 4 than it is to go from 4 to 8. If anybody complains. But there is another glitch in the rules. You cannot move diagonally through a doorway. That glitch was because of the computers at the time, not because it was decided upon. That's just the way the computers worked in them days, in the 1980s. Their calculations for bumping into things wasn't the same as what we do now. Nowadays it's much easier. Try doing it in assembly code nowadays and it's a piece of, well, it's a doddle. In them days it wasn't. Because the wall itself becomes a problem. It has to be 1 square by 1 square. Well, so it has to be a full square for a wall because it's a memory location. So going diagonally through a door, you can't because you'd hit the doorway. So you have two decisions to make. Do you make doorways a full square? Let's see if I can show you what I mean. Yeah, I can. It's here. That full square there would be considered a doorway in a roguelike. In the original 1980s roguelike. That would be the corridor, that would be a doorway, that would be a room. There has to be this tile, this memory locations around it. So you can't move diagonally through here because you would clip those 2 points, one on either side, and they could only detect neither. Because these were memory locations. The point you can't detect. There isn't one. In the original game, it was just memory locations. And to detect whether you could walk on one was true or false, which is exactly what we're doing. We're doing the original. So to go through there probably won't work for us either. But I think we can get away with it with modern day truths and with Boolean truths and false. Got to remember that they didn't have Booleans. They just had 1 and 0, and that was, well, yeah, they had 1s and 0s. So these are the kind of things that we have to think about. And that's why 8-directional movement, well, it isn't why 8-directional movement wasn't initially invented, it's because they didn't think of it. And they didn't program it. They just didn't have arrow keys on keyboards and things like that. They just used 4 keys. I think it was J, K, L, and M, or something like that. Yeah, J, K, L, M, with the comma as pickup. God, I can get away with so much bad shorthand programming by doing it the original way. So what have we got? We have a cross. We have the axes. If we are in this quadrant, we can move that way. If we are in this quadrant, we move that way. If we are in this quadrant, we move that way. And if we're in this quadrant, we move that away. That's where we should start. So we will do four-way initially. I think that's safer for me to say. Because I know that the version of Rogue I have is 8-way. How do we get the mouse location? We have a Vec2, don't we? Not really worth using. Yeah, it's not a float, it's pixels on a screen, isn't it? So it's mouse X and mouse Y. It's two-dimensional. Screen. If event dot type is equal to be something to do with SDL, I think. SDL. Okay, put mouse in then. Mouse is haptic. Well, SDL get mouse state is what I want, I think. The event type is SDL mouse button down. Don't know. Not sure on it. Warp mouse in window? Unsure. There seems to be a couple of ways of doing this. Just like the keyboard, if you get the wrong one, you're going to look a right plonker. Come on, I can do it. Come on, hand. Damn you. There we go. SDL get mouse state. Ah, wait a minute, I've got get mouse state and get relative mouse state. Yes, I knew there was two ways of doing this. Okay. X coordinate the mouse cursor position relative to the focus window. Y coordinate. Yep, that's the one I want. How do I get the button? Right, so I just want that last bit. SDL button. That one. RGHT. So if the right mouse button is down, so UINT 32, I've already guessed that bit. And we do that. And that will be... It's a star. You're joking me. And mouse X. Oh, that didn't work. Comma. And mouse Y. Can we get rid of that int, please? Pop you out there. Pop you down there. Delete a couple of spaces. There we go. That's irrelevant. That's irrelevant. Okay. Interesting. Seem to have more spaces there than I should have. Anyway, mouse x equals 0 and mouse y equals 0. And then it's just if statements. I could do the if statements inside here. No. I want to do player movement here, don't I? So let's do it here. So if we will have 2 places for the x and 2 places for the y. So if mouse x is greater than window width divided by 2, how much of a dead zone do we need? We're in pixels, aren't we? I think we're in pixels. I didn't read it. The current button state is returned as a button mask. Okay. But x coordinate of the mouse cursor position relative to the focus window in what units? Good God. Let's assume. Why not? We could always get it wrong. It's pixels. Divided by 2 plus a dead zone. And found it. And mouse Y is less than window height divided by 2, and we have less height, 9 by 5, so it's going to be 10, 11. Roughly. So if that's true, you're going forwards. Then our player's location, X location, increases by 1. Because our player is... Thank you, Cortana. Our player is in... Oh, for God's sake. Cortana, get off my screen right now before I shout and scream at you. Get off me. Who the hell told you to join in? What the hell is this? Cortana's just kicked in, everybody. Sorry. No, I don't want to get bloody started. Piss off. Fucking Microsoft. Now I can't close the window. Fine. I hate Microsoft. Player's X location increases by 1. We are in the pump up position. Across and up is increase X. Yes, that's correct. Right. Now that I've got Cortana out of the way. Well, still got a window open, which I can't close, but hey ho. It's trying to sell me Microsoft Edge on the idea of using it. Sorry, that just annoyed me. Okay. The next one will be the same thing, but greater than plus 11. That will be downwards, so that will be to the right. That's an increase in location, the Y location. Increases by 1. There's a problem with all of this, so there's nobody noticed what it is. What pudding? It's not food time, is it for you? Are you trying to tell me to have a break for a cup of coffee? How long have I been going for? 4 hours and I've only had 1 coffee. Wow. Aren't I just the one for productivity today? Right, I'll let you guys finish this off. What's that? Go and make a cup of coffee. Get off me. Now we turn this one around. So it's left and down. That's x minus 1. That's the opposite to that one. And the last one is still an else if. Do not be fooled by that last one. Do not put else, because that becomes a default. And I don't know what the operating system is going to do. I've just had an experience with Cortana, which proves that the operating system isn't always in control of things properly. Right, we just turn that one around again. And believe it or not, that should give our Y direction a little bit of decrease. Right, I'm going to go make this coffee. Right, to do. Go do it. Come on then, folks. Yes, I'm here for you. It's okay, pudding. Come on. That's a happy pudding. A happy pudding eating his kibble. Ah, lovely. I do like him. At least he reminded me to make a coffee. More than you did, Muppet. Right. So, I've filled in the blanks. We've got problems with this already. So, we should flag player movement. So, I'm going to do it properly first. Oh, you don't need it. Duh. And that's just false. Can you see the problems yet? I hope you do. Equals true. This is so naive the way I'm doing it, it's funny. It's funny to me anyway. Sorry. If player moves, do that lot. Doesn't matter, got it at the start, haven't we? Yeah, got it at the start, false. If that's true, we do that lot. This is where doing it naively is going to cost us big time. Update camera. Update player model matrix. There we go. So update model matrix, update view matrix. Why have I done it all in comments? What would happen if you ran that code? What is our screen's refresh rate? You would move 60 squares per second, is the answer. That's why I wrote the code like that. And didn't put the code in. To move it and then show you. Because I know what the bloody answer is. So, what do we really want to do? This is the difference between a computer programmer and a systems analyst. I don't look at the programming, I look at the English. So what I see there is that if the player moves, we are going to move the location of the player by 1 in a cardinal direction, which is what we decided on. And up here, every time we run this while loop, I'm checking to see if the player moves. Now, as a systems analyst, I'm seeing this as saying, oh, whoa, 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 whoa. We are running this while loop 60 times a second. You're moving each second and moving by 1. You won't be on the map for very long. It will be a brief game. And not very interesting game. So, how did we do the keys so that the camera was smooth? Answer: we didn't. We did that. I improvised a delta time. So it goes at 0.1 times 60 a second. So it moves 6 squares a second. But even 1 square a second would be a bit harsh. We can't have a key click. So we can't say mouse click. Or could we? So we have 2 movement systems. A dual coordinate space. We have our map space, which is 80 by 40, and we have our screen space, which in this case is 800 by 400. Sorry, 80 meters by 40 meters. Same numbers, sorry. One's a float, one's an int. Yeah. But we've specified now we want to move a square. So we also need to specify how long does a turn take. And there's your answer. Assuming that we have 60 frames per second, well, we can't assume we have 60 frames per second, can we? That's our target frame rate. What we need is our actual frame rate. We need time elapsed. Back to the manual. It's STL getTicks, I know that. Time, please. STL getTicks uint32 returns an unsigned 32-bit value representing the number of milliseconds since the STL library initialized. So we need two more variables, last time and current time. No, I'm not doing it that way. Don't like doing it that way. I don't think there is anything special about that. It's just STL getTicks, isn't it? Just returns a value. Yeah. Right. So that has to start at 0. Actually, no, that starts at STL getTicks as well. Are you alright there, Muppet? You're not being sick, are you? No, you're alright. So, what we can tell is we now have a delta time. Actually, I don't like calling it elapsed time. Sorry. No, it is elapsed time. This isn't delta time. That's a totally different idea. God damn it. So, at the very, very start here, we have to do elapsed time equals it's plus equals current time. I don't think we need current time. Current time is obvious. Current time is STL getTicks. That's always available to us. Minus last time. Last time equals Get ticks. And that gives us our current elapsed time. Right. Okay. If the player has indicated they wish to move, can't do that anymore, can we? Because we can't do that until we've moved them. Now you're starting to see a pattern emerging. I'm going to do it this way for now. It's just there's so many different ways of doing this that it's an moment. Which way round do we want to do it? I want to do it simplistic and build it. That's interesting. Okay, so we reset the player movement and we reset the elapsed time. And I don't know. Returns on side milliseconds. Milliseconds. How many milliseconds in a second? Not kind of thing I remember. Milliseconds in a second. 1,000. That's a nice number. And elapsed time is greater than that. Then we move them. Yeah, I agree. Why am I looking down here? Because I want to look at the rendering to make sure I'm doing the movement correctly. Yeah, player position. Okay. And we recalculate it. Player position. Oh. Position. Yeah. Next one increases by 1 in the Z direction. Oh no, that's 012. There we go. Now of course it's minus, because it's decreases. And that's right, isn't it? Yeah. Minus and 2. Looks simple so far. But we also have that for the X. We've got magic numbers in here, haven't we? For the X. Yeah, that's right. Loads and loads of backup X, A, semicolon, and we have to do the position Y as well. So, yeah. And we have to do on that one as well. Okay. Nice lot of magic numbers going on here. We've got 1s, we've got plus 6.0 Fs. Everything's going to hell in a handbasket. Lovely. That's just fantastic. Have we covered all the possibilities? No, we haven't. There's something else. Update model matrix and update camera matrix. Updating the model matrix is quite simple. Or is it? We don't need to do that one because we're doing it as we on the fly, as it were, by the looks of this. Yeah, we're doing model matrix on the fly. That's irrelevant. But the camera one isn't. We've already got it in here. So we're doing that on the fly as well. Oh, because of this debug. Don't need that. Right, I'm happy there. So what do we need here? Thank you, Muppet. We need another if statement here. Can't be doing with this here, otherwise it's just going to mess me up. How do I do the shift key? Scroll lock. I don't see a shift key there. That's great. Comma. Computer. CRS. Something select. Clear entry. Clear and C. Yeah. That'll do. That ends on there. I'll use a space bar instead of a shift key, that's all. It's only for debug. It just stops me using it accidentally. Alrighty. That'll do. Right, so we now have a counter. But there's another problem. When do we add that SDL time? We add it at the top. So our elapsed time will keep growing if somebody goes AFK. So what we need to do after all of the if statement here, on this line here, is just check. So if, in other words, the player is AFK. This is how you can do an AFK detector if you wish. If elapsed time is greater than 1000, then we can reset it. That's a bit better, I think. Camera movement separate. Alright. How many mistakes did I make in that little short episode of stupidity? None. Okay. Does it work? No idea. That bit works. Yeah. Nope, not getting anything on movement there at all. Okay. That's okay. Right. Fine. Didn't spot that one. Good, 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 good. Okay, printf. Right, mouse is clicked. At oh god, what we got now? It's a percent U. And that is elapsed time. Okay. There's our lovely thingy. No right click. That's wrong. That's wrong. Mouse click. Come back to me. Did that completely wrong. Got my mouse click right. Wrong. I don't quite understand this code example. SDL get mouse state. What the hell's SDL pump events? We're using poll events. Brain's not working. It's in here somewhere. Get global mouse state? No. No, that's not right. All right. SDL to how to check if mouse button pressed. Thank you. Let's pretend there is a small blank window that pops up when the program starts. Okay. If event is yeah, if running equals false. If event dot button equals SDL button rmask. They've used lmask. You're telling me that it's that. Fair enough. Do I believe them? Of course I do. But the only trouble is I want an rmask. Right, let's try that one. I'm not getting any printfs. No, I didn't read that right. Event.button. What you need to do is buffer the current buffer state. What the dingo's kidney? Why are they doing that? Change the caption to button pressed when you first get SDL mouse button down event. There are two different ways of doing this, and I know there are. What are they trying to do? They're overcomplicating it. Wait a minute. Oh, hello there, Dingling. Does that mean it's food time? No, it's way off that. I only want down. Clicks. No, state. SDL pressed. Okay. So the event type is that. It's in the documentation, so let's take it from here. SDL mouse button down. There it is, mouse button down. Dun 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 dun. Okay, so which bit do I need next? State button which? The button that changed. We'd access it through events button field. Yes. So there's an right, yeah, and SDL button underscore right, yeah. Then I should have a mouse click. I'm getting nothing. Where's my polyvents? Have I got this outside the polyvents by any chance? It moved, yes. But I have to keep clicking to move, and it's doing it rather erratically. Okay. Where's my polyvents? There. And let's get messages going, shall we? I know I got it wrong, but I don't care. Let's get messages going, and let's get this going. Rightio. We're up and we're cooking, and we're doing things. I should just be able to hold it down. Yeah, and we're always going up. Have I got else ifs going on? I have, haven't I? Yeah, I have. That's why. Oh, that was clever of me. There we go. It works, but not quite the way I want it to yet. Lovely. Okay, so we've got a couple of... Hold on a minute, is this on the wrong scale? No, it's got to be inside the window. Come on, where are you? Why are you always moving to the y equals? I've got them the wrong way round, I know that. At the moment it will only do y plus 1. Sorry, z plus 1, which is that one there. Have I got global or local mouse X and Y? SDL get local. No. Mouse. Is it mouse local then? Mousey, watch out. That's warp. So get global mouse state. Ah, relative. Try that one. Makes a big difference. It's acting a bit weird. Do I want to become famous? I already am, mate. Thank you. Let's play around with this for a minute. Let's play with printf. And I want int %d. Oh, that's bad. Come on. And it's mouse X. Whoa. And mouse Y. There we go. Having fun with a mouse. That's what it's all about. Three 55242. Minus what? Minus 23. Where the hell is he getting that from? Relative to what? Top left hand corner. Minus. And a minus. Bottom left hand corner. 0. What the hell? I'm just looking at some interesting numbers. If we click on ourselves, so that's positive 428, 255. Hold on a minute. No, no window. No. Okay. I have no idea what that window was trying to tell me, but it didn't look good. So that's 8,9. That's correct. And that's 887 by 489. That's correct. The answer to the question is in the statement. Use your brackets. Don't let them wear you down. Oh God. Where am I going with my life? I'm dividing things by 2. Yeah. Damn sure my maths is right. I've probably just got it all the wrong way around though, mate. I'm like that. I like doing things the wrong way round. I hate this code. I'll be glad when I get rid of it. This is the kind of code you should never write. It's ugly. That's impossible. How can Y be getting less? Sorry, Z be getting less? Copy and paste errors usually. So that should be 44 and 55 is less than half the window plus 20. I know I've got some pluses and minuses wrong here. Or have I? Window width, 900 divided by 2. $950 divided by 2, yeah, plus 20. Do I have to put more brackets in? I just don't understand it. Why do I have doubles? Hold on a minute, what's going... yeah. What is going on here? Yeah, that's working. That bit is working okay. So if mouse X, open brackets, close brackets, open brackets, close, close. Right. Okay. One at a time. Okay, let's try and get this to work. X is greater than half the window plus 20. And window height 500, so that's 250 minus 11. Yeah, that's right. Well, it's 250 though. Right, let's get this one working first. $950. sorry, 450 plus 20, 470, and Y has got a red blob on it. One, two, three, 1, 2, 3. Expected identifier, I32 mouse Y. All right. No. What's the expected identifier? Oh, blah. Thank you. If mouse is greater than I did want that in. Okay. That should work. So that is Y is high, less than. So Y is up and X is to the right. Up and to the right is the test. We get nothing. Yeah, I've got brackets that aren't matching somewhere. I can't see it. Stuff the brackets. Just get rid of the silly brackets. They're just peeing me about. Right, simple brackets. 83. Something not right here. Hold on a minute. We're going to the ant farm. It's never getting there. Or did it? (876,8) satisfies those arguments. It's the first argument that's wrong. That never happens. It's less than 999. But we've got to stop it from zooming off. Okay, that's working. It's only happens on a click. Okay. So this is going to be a real mouse clicker. No, that's okay for me. That's not how it's designed to work, though. This is only doing a mouse click. It's not doing mouse down. So it's not doing what it says it does. So it's lying. That's a mouse click. That's SDL mouse button click, not SDL mouse button down. Mouse button up is the one you check for a click. It's only checking for a mouse down. So you have to release it and then press it again. How do you do mouse is down? Mouse moved, pressed, released. We don't have it. Okay, that's fine. Yes, we do have it, but it's not in that functionality. It's in here. Is there a scan code for mouse buttons? Where's SDL scan codes. Can't see it. Can't see scan codes. Do you give us scan codes or not? Is there a search? I don't understand this. Why hasn't it? Event, okay, event handling. Where's scan codes? Okay. What the hell? Where are scan codes? Okay. Thank you. Very kind of you to find it for me. Keypads. Mostly keyboards, if I remember rightly, on scan codes, isn't it? I'm not sure there is one for mouse. SDL scan code L shift. Thank you. I'll take you. Thank you for that. We now have that working properly. Yeah, right. So it doesn't look as though we've got it in SDL. That is absolutely fantastic. So you have to do both. Yes, you do. If SDL button right, I don't believe I'm about to type the next thing I'm about to type. Bool. Move. Button. down. No, I'm just going to call it mouse button down. Mouse button is down. Now I don't know whether it's false or not. Do I? Mouse button is down equals true. Don't believe I'm actually going to do this. Mouse button up. That's why the original version would not work. Alright, so now we should get the problem that I was trying to avoid. By doing all of this, no, it won't, because I haven't programmed it. So mouse button is down. And it comes in here. If, for God's sake, just give me a bracket. Stop guessing. If that or mouse button is down, then we should get a flood of mouse clicks until we let go of it. Could be interesting. Yeah, that's what I was expecting. Okay. How fast? Oh. I get now one on down and one on release. Right. Oh God, this is so painful. Alright, well, I'm happy with the directions being correct now. Right, let's go to the minus side. Let's go to 2 directions. Dun, 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 dun. Okay. Okay. We decided on 5, didn't we? Well, minus 5 plus 5, that's right. Okay. So that's left, down. That's my left button. That's weird. That is weird, 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 weird. Right, so what does that refer to? Is there an SDL check mouse button or something? This is weird as hell. Mm-hmm. And the event button you would access it through the event field, button field. Right. So is a member of the SDL event union and is used when an event of type that is reported. You would access it through Events button field. SDL mouse button event. Button, yeah. That doesn't look too good. Come on. I've got the button down. Oh, I've got to move it for it to work. Oh, Jesus Christ. Okay. So it's going to have to be on a mouse click. So it didn't really matter. To be quite honest with you, that was a total waste of time. Forget you. This is a complete waste of time. That doesn't work. It'll just have to be a click, won't it? La 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 la, until I can find a different way of doing things. I don't think SDL really caters for mice. Well, not in this way. I'd have to do a full setup for input, and I'm not prepared to do that at this stage of the game, as it were. Bye. So I don't need this elapsed timer either. So that can go. Complete waste of time having that. We should start having yellows now. Use of logical AND with constant operand. That's correct. No understanding of that one. Not yet, anyway. I want to get rid of you two variables. Complete waste of time. Unless I'm doing the full Monte, as it were. Which is fine. Bitwise operation. I don't want to do bitwise operation. Strange. Right. Yep, still left one in. Oh god, it's in every single one, is it? Whoopsie daisy. No more elapsed time for you lot. We're not having any. Anything else? Nope. Oh. Things have just disappeared. Which means I must have just deleted something that was needed. Oh god. Right. We're alright with these, aren't we? Should be. Shift, wait a minute. Hold on a minute. That. We never do it anywhere else, do we? Shouldn't really matter. But sometimes it does. Why have I got all this red and nice colourful stuff going on? Create the dungeon. And the camera. Oh, we do it here. I was just about to paste that in then. Boring. Alright. Right. My brain's running out, I think that's what's going on. Okay. Just get everything refreshed. Find out where we're up to. And it's probably not a good spot. think we're doing fine. I don't like it being a clicky clicker, but for now it's fine. Right, let's get this movement going. It's not what we want, but it's going to be doing for testing purposes. It'll be fine. It will be fine. It won't be the final. Trust me on that one. Right, let's get rid of these silly brackets that aren't needed. That goes to there. Two, that's right. Right, I did get something wrong in this lot. That's less than y. Greater than y is plus 5. Greater than y is plus 5. Less than y, it should be minus 5. That's what I did wrong. There. Let's see if we've got all three directions in now. Yep. Like a boss. At least it's working. Which is more than I can normally say for my programs like this that are experimental, especially when I'm experimenting with a system I don't think SDL is built for. I usually use GLFW, I'll be honest with you. I'm not an SDL person, put it that way. I have to read the manual. Which I don't mind, I guess. Right, I think that that is good enough. Except for the fact that we can walk through walls. Actually, that isn't too bad. I must admit. Oh, where does this bloody thing go? Come on, come on, come on, come on, come on. It's going all the way down to the far end. Wow, what a starting point that is. Yeah, I can use this. Wow, what a dungeon. Oh, shift. Seven rooms. Wow. It couldn't fit another room in. That failed the tolerance test. Wow. How weird. Awesome. But it did. It failed the tolerance test. Cleanups are good. Movement in. Okay. Very basic player move on our click mouse. That's not English. On, yeah, mouse or click. Okay. I will settle for that. What I'm going to do is I'm going to go and tidy this up, because that code was a bit messy. And I need to think of a better way to do that. That was rubbish. What have we got here that isn't right? Oh, it's that goddamn... What can I do about that? Does it just work on a single and? No, it doesn't. So I don't know what to do about that one. It's not a mistake. I mean, what does it pan out to be? 3. And that's just mouse button pressed. Hold on a minute, is the left mouse working then? God damn you. Stupid me. What it's trying to tell me is that that's doing nothing. Mouse. Where's it gone? SDL button right. Copy. So it's event dot button is equal to that thing I hate nesting it like that. That's it. That's good. Thank you. My bad. I forgot about that. Okay. That's me being sarcastic, I think. Right, I'll push this. I will clean this up later and sort that out. Right, what have we done here now? Done. Done, done, done. I'll leave that in for you lot to decide. But to do player movement with not collision detection, wall detection, obviously. That's next up. That's horrible. That is just so horrible. I just feel like throwing all of that garbage code here into a file and locking it away somewhere so we'll never look at it again. But it's going to be there staring me in the face saying, please remove me. I mean, our rendering functionality looks better than the goddamn keyboard and mouse. That's ridiculous. No, that's not required. No, it isn't. Well, not under this version anyway. Because it's in main.c. That's fine. I've got blues left. I do have a green. Oh, greens are where the mouse is. Okay. We are clear, clean. Fantastic. How's Common doing? Green tick. Fantastic. Wow. And on that note, or bombshell, I suppose, I'm going to go and get half an hour break and then feed the cats. What an awesome day. We've gone from having the basis for a map to designing the map properly, loading up our fantastic player model. Note, fantastic, it's accurate down to the last detail in a roguelike tradition. It is a pure @ ASCII @. And yeah, I think I'm now ready to take on the next challenges of collision detection. Start fumbling around in the ether of the darkness and stopping ourselves from, well, let's just say, let's stop ourselves from just going too far. But yeah, it works. You wouldn't have believed that, would you? In what we got now? 690 lines of, oh, I don't know where it goes to. Oh, it's here, is it? In 690 lines of code for main, you literally do have, I didn't check the centers, did I? Yeah, it's not too bad actually. It's not too random at the center. Good. I'm happy. I hope you're happy. And it's Sunday, isn't it? So have a happy Monday, because I'm off tomorrow. I will not be streaming on a Monday, ever. Unless I get bored. And then I'll probably pop on and do something. But otherwise, I think that looks not too bad. For a throw it up there on the screen roguelike. Take care. I'll find this button soon. I found it. Found the stop button. Take care, peeps.